Okay. Oh, 1 second. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today we are going to recreate another painting by another one of my all-time very favorite artists. Today we're going to be talking about a legendary artist of the Art Deco period. Now, we haven't talked about Art Deco. There's not that many artists that come to mind when I think of the Art Deco, but today's artist is certainly, like, if you just look up Art Deco, you will see today's artist, Tamara de Lempicka, or I've heard it pronounced, even though I was just watching an interview with her great-granddaughter who pronounced it like that, Tamara de Lempicka. It was an interview with a Polish broadcaster because she was, the artist was originally born in Poland, or Moscow, depending, that's all, we'll get into this. Tamara Wempicka, with a W, because there's often a little dash in the L here. Now, my family's, or my father's side of the family is Ukrainian, and maybe I should know how to pronounce a Polish name better than that. But anyway, let's get on with the episode. So, I'm a huge fan of her work. You're going to see some incredible images by her. I will say she has made some risque paintings. It may not be suitable for some of younger viewers. So if you are someone who blushes easily, you may want to turn away for the next 2 minutes here. Maybe I'll share some of her work right off the bat, bearing that in mind. Just as we kind of, we'll just take a look, at her biography really quickly. So, born in 1898, lived till the age of 81, and died in Mexico in 1980. And here's just sort of gives you a quick, as I said, we'll just take a look at some of these images, which might cause some people to titter a little bit because of some of the nude images. Almost exclusively all nude images of women, by the way, which, one of the things I've tried to do is try to avoid making paintings, like selecting paintings by male artists that sexualize the female body and objectify the female body. And it is interesting that Tamara herself did a lot of just that. Very, very, provocative images and suggestive images of women and the female body, which is, it's interesting because she's also, Tamara is seen as one of the like a proto-feminist, an early artist who was advocating for the rights of women, and did that through her actions and the way that she lived her life. She was a person that had really no concern about what other people thought of her. She lived her life, depending on who you would ask, very scandalously, or was, perfectly she had no concern of what the social judgments were at the time. She was living, in Paris, beginning around the late mid-1910s or so, with her family. We'll talk about that here. We'll talk about her biography in a moment, but she lived in Paris during the entire 1920s, during the Roaring Twenties, during the times of excess, and ultimately led to the stock market crash in 29. And during the 20s are this sort of the Gilded Age. If you want to think of another pop culture reference that relates to Tamara de Lempicka's work, it would be The Great Gatsby by F. Scott Fitzgerald. And, you know, if you haven't read the book, which is an excellent book, one of the great books of all time as far as I'm concerned, there is is it Baz Luhrmann who directed the recent version of that book starring Leonardo DiCaprio. And here's the painting we're going to make today here, the auto portrait or self-portrait. We'll talk here. I'm just going to scroll through this a little bit quicker here so we can get onto her work here. And anybody who is... And this is also another image we'll take a look at here shortly. What is very interesting is pretty much, as we scroll down here, you see, you know, we're getting into the 40s. Her work becomes a little bit more abstract. And even though she lived for another 30 years beyond that, there's really nothing of hers posted here. Really, the only thing I could see of hers kind of past the mid-50s is this painting. And she was painting prolifically. She made a lot of artwork through all the way until the day she died. She was painting. And the style that she was using towards the end of her life was this. She was doing a lot of artwork using a palette knife, of which I could not find any of it online. So anyway, let's... we'll talk about her biography in a second. I just want to get going with the class because this is, after all, a painting class. So you'll see this is the image that I want to paint. This is by far her most famous painting. This was actually commissioned to be the cover of a German magazine. Now I just forgot the name of it. Didium or something. I can't remember. Sorry, the magazine cover that this was painted for. But it is a self-portrait of herself. And what's interesting is it's, you know, often referred to as an auto-portrait. An auto-portrait is, you know, another way of saying self-portrait, but it also happens to be she's driving an automobile. So, and the way that she's driving this car, the confidence that she has, notice there's no men in the picture. She's in the steering wheel. She's in charge of her life. She's, you know, there's the look of her just racing down the road. Again, this really reminds me of The Great Gatsby, and there's several famous scenes in the Great Gatsby, where there's these car chases in these like Bugattis, these, you know, racing, you know, like, you know, the 20s type of racing cars. Anyway, so here's the outline that I did, which you can download from the Dropbox. I'll also just let you know, just while we're right here, that there was another image that I was strongly considering doing, is this one as well. And then I also did the outline for it. Now, I'm not going to make this painting, but if you're interested, I'll show you where these images are. So let's look at the Dropbox. You'll see, if you click on the link in the description below for the Dropbox, you will see all of these folders. All of these folders have files in them. That's because we made paintings for all of these. All of these great artists in here. If you're looking for someone, I'm sure you're going to recognize a few names, but a lot of it will probably be new to you. But all of these are major artists. If you're new to art and you think I've just pulled some of these names out of a hat, guarantee you, if you do a little bit of digging, you'll find that, you know, many of these are the greatest artists of their time, from their culture, from of their generation, etc. So we're going to look in Tamara's folder here. It's number 71, and you'll see these 6 files in here. You've got the outline, those 2 original images, and then there's 2 versions of each outline. One is just a JPEG and one's a PDF. And just really quickly here, I'll also let you know that there is a private Facebook group just for people painting along with me, who you can upload your version of today's painting to the Facebook group. And in a few weeks, every month, I do an episode where I look at the work that you guys have made and I give some constructive feedback on how to make them better. But most of the time, I just get to celebrate all the awesome stuff you guys are doing. And I've been a little bit absent from this, the Facebook group, because I've been... it's my first couple weeks back at school, where I teach at a university here in Vancouver. So I haven't really been moderating or checking in, and I was just looking at it this morning and I'm like, wow, there's a lot of really cool stuff here. Look at that. Look at this, Josh, you're rocking it. Wow, Paula's did a Monet. Eleanor, I love that you went and did one of these Diego Rivera's here. And I thought this was also really cool. So here's Maria. She did a... Well, we'll talk about this in the feedback episode, but what is cool is she made this painting. She posted an earlier version way down here somewhere and got feedback from the other people in the class. And then she went back and using some of that feedback greatly improved her work, and it's fantastic. And that's what I love about this group, is how supportive it is, how especially people who've been painting with me a long time, they kind of already anticipate what I'm gonna say. So that's, which is awesome as a teacher, when you have other people who basically have been, you know, hearing me prattle on for a year now. I'm like, oh, I'm pretty confident Michael's gonna say this or that. So I'm totally honored to have all of you guys painting along with me, involved in this super awesome collective community. Okay, so we'll get into the painting here. I just want to share here, because we'll be talking about Art Deco a lot through today's episode, so it might be just worth just a 2-minute kind of zoom in on what Art Deco is or was. Art Deco, I think when people think of Art Deco, they probably think of architecture primarily, more so than anything else. And the Chrysler Building in New York City is the most famous Art Deco building of all time. So this is what comes to mind for most people when they think of Art Deco. The term Art Deco comes from an exhibition, and I think it was in Paris at the time, or the Decorative Art Exhibition. And then it sort of just stuck. And the idea is it's like this very, you know, here we have like celebrating luxury, glamour, exuberance, and also this faith in technological process, which is a big thing. Again, if you look at the Chrysler Building, there's this sense of optimism that the world is like, we've got all this new technology, the car being really almost brand new over maybe the decade before. So there's this sense of like, wow, we've got this car, we can go anywhere, the freedom that technology brings us, it's amazing. And then the stock market crashes, the world descends into famine and hunger and World War II, and with it, Art Deco also disappears, because that sense of optimism that was ushered in with Art Deco, people weren't feeling so cheery during the 40s and early 50s, of course. Yeah, so Cubism, you know, it's interesting that they've put Cubism in here. I wouldn't really consider Cubism to be Art Deco, but it definitely shares that kind of angular approach that you see in the architecture as well as in Tamara's artwork itself. There's people have described this painting as a Cubist painting. I can see it, but maybe a very diluted synthetic form of synthetic cubism, which was a part of the movement. Anyway, let's get right into the painting. And where do I have this canvas? So I have already got one here ready to go. So you see, I've already done the outline onto the canvas. So I'll play a video. Oh, did I just close that? Showing how I did this, and I'll just briefly kind of skip right through it because it's pretty self-explanatory. So you don't need to see all the nitty-gritty detail here. So you'll see that I'm going to use some carbon paper. I actually went and bought some new sheets just at my local dollar store. Come on, let's speed this up here. So here's a 9x12 sized canvas that I'm painting on. Every painting that I've done thus far as part of this series has been 9x12 size. And then I put the image on. Now there is some vertical lines, but they're a little bit off angles, so I'm not going to bother with a ruler and trying to straighten them out. You'll see that I'm also trying to find a way to stick this on where I can get at most of the image. So I'll be moving that tape around throughout this outlining process. And I'm using this carbon paper, and I think this is the final day that I use this carbon paper, because you can see I've reused it about 10-15 times, and it still did a good enough job, but after it's been used that many times, there is a danger that you will make some lines that don't have any carbon on there, and therefore you won't really get a proper transfer. So, considering carbon paper is very cheap, you can get, I think I got this pack of 12 here for $2 or maybe $4 from a shop just down the street from where I live here in Vancouver, and that I can get maybe 15 tracings off of one sheet, means that, by the end of the day, it's sort of, I don't know what, maybe 5 cents a tracing when you break it down, right? So it's a very this should be kind of a crucial part of any painter's toolbox as far as I'm concerned. Now, I did do most of the lines in here. Okay, and yeah, so let's just zoom back to this. So, okay, so as mentioned, here's I bought this for, I think, I don't know if it's a price tag, $4 at the local, just a store just down the street from where I live, on Broadway and Cambie in Vancouver. So if you're looking for this kind of material, again, there are links to Amazon products in the description below, but I think the one I have on Amazon is like 50 sheets for like $20 or something, which will last you till the day you die, and your great-great-grandchildren will also be able to use it. Okay, so let's move that out of the way. Let's now prep this and get this ready for the next step. So, as usual, as I typically do here, I'm going to apply some of this warm yellow onto the surface. And this is the same warm yellow that I'm going to squeeze out of a tube a little bit later on. But this is, as I've said also before, this is what's left over from maybe 4 or 5 tubes of paint. After I'm no longer able to squeeze anything out of it, I just cut it open, and then I use a little spatula like this just to scoop out the extra paint, and you can easily fill a whole new jar rather than just tossing those tubes into the garbage, right? So, okay, you guys are busy in the chat. I love looking in the chat and seeing everyone saying hello and coming together. It's like my when I've taught classes online for Emily at Emily Carr, the University of Art here in Vancouver. Sometimes I look down and everyone's just chatting away, and it makes me happy. Like, I don't take it personally, because really, if people are building a community, then, and I happen to be, something that can help foster people coming together to have a conversation, then hey, I'll take it. That's great. I've also got a brand new painting shirt. I've been promising for months now that I'd go out and spend a little money and get a new painting shirt. Obviously I have lots of other shirts of mine that I could have used, but a lot of them also have patterns on them, and I wanted to get something that did not have a pattern on it, because sometimes that gives the camera a little bit of have a hard time. And you start getting this like moire pattern, and it starts looking like an optical illusion. So this is the first time I've gone and bought brand new clothes for the purpose of eventually ruining the clothes, which I'm surprised, after having been a professional artist for this long, that it's taken me this long to actually do that. I guess because most of the time when I've been painting, I'm not doing it live on a camera. So, oops, look at that little bit of red. I think that came from my pencil, so let's just blend this in. So when I'm not painting on camera, it's like whatever I wear is not really important. Although as I've been writing a book, basically an intro painting book based on everything I've been teaching for the past year, and I have been thinking about including a little bit about that, because there's something about having like a uniform, or whether it's a brand new piece of clothes or an old piece of clothes that you wear every time you make art, that helps put you into the mode, that helps like separate you from the rest of your life and put you into art making mode. Just as like Mr. Dress Up walks into the room and puts on his sweater and his indoor shoes, right? There's something, and you know, like a lawyer puts on their fine jacket the day of the big, you know, court case or whatever. Or the garbage woman puts on clothes that are made specifically to, you know, take a good old beating, picking up trash. And I think having something that is dedicated to the job just is I think is really, really important. And that's one reason why I've just been wearing that same old shirt for a while, because I just felt like it was kind of my armor or something. It's the one thing that was consistent for the past 100+ episodes. So we'll see if this one can has good luck for the next 100 episodes, right? So okay. So what I've done here is I've put down this warm yellow as a base layer, or as the Italians would call it, the imprimatura, the first layer. And this is going to give this painting this nice warm glow. Now, looking at the original here, I don't think she did this, which is always one of these conundrums for me, because it looks like there's either white underneath all of this. I just don't really see a colored base layer on here. Even though I'm sure she would have learned this technique. So, but anyway, I've been using this for so long that I think it's kind of an integral part of the way that I'm thinking, at least about teaching art here. So just got this little fuzzy that I want to get rid of there. Okay, so I'm going to blow dry this before anything else lands on the surface, and we'll put some paint on the palette. I'm going to mute the microphone for just a moment. Okay. So, one of the reasons I put some water in there is that it also helps speed up that drawing process right off the top of the episode, so you're not listening to, or, well, even though I don't always mute the camera. There's been many times, especially months ago, where I forgot to do it all the time and was just blowing people's ears out. But okay, anyway, let's put some paint on here, and I think we'll use. I'm gonna put a little bit of every paint on here. I haven't really thought too much about how I'll paint this, although I do. One thing I've been, I want to do more and more these days is try to paint these paintings faster than I have in the past. I mean, I've used techniques that are... I try to use the same technique whenever possible that the artists themselves used, because I think that's probably most helpful for people and what a lot of people are searching for when they find these videos. But I think, that I did an episode that was almost 7 hours long a few weeks ago, or last week maybe, and it turned out really good, but it was at the end I was like, I can't, spending that long on one painting is too much, because I also know that there's no one watched that entire episode all the way through, right? So, and I know most people don't watch any of these episodes all the way through. I know most people, pause halfway through and then pick it up a little bit later, or skip over some things maybe when I'm talking for a while. But certainly no one's going to watch an entire 7 hour long episode. I certainly wouldn't. Okay. Donna says, I didn't even notice your new shirt. It's beautiful, so clean. I'll give it a couple of hours here. Eleanor says, I have a painting apron that I use when I paint. I need to use it to get into my paint space. It's funny you would talk about it. I bought an apron just for painting. Great idea. Great idea. Anything that helps put you into that space. Like, I know that, like, it's like any... I think we all have little routines that we get into, whether it's when you're making something in the kitchen, or if you're a runner and you have like a jogging routine, and the first thing you do, you put your left shoe on and right shoe on, and then you put the headphones on or whatever, and you go right when you go. Everyone has like a routine that helps them focus and get into, like you said, the painting space or the running space or the cooking space or whatever space it is. So this is my painting space, right? And whatever I can do to help get me in there is very, very helpful. So I think what I want to do is I want to kind of approach this a little bit like I did the painting of the brown girl, the ghost painting we did for our Paint the News episode. Was it last Thursday, maybe? And which I did that painting pretty quickly, or at least the first few marks on there very quickly to get it started. And even though this artwork itself there's a lot of detail on it, I think we could still use that technique for this painting. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix what would be an appropriate color for this kind of a thing? My original instinct was just to mix like a cool brown or dark gray. I think that would work. Yeah, let's do that. So to make a gray, the easiest way to make gray is to take some warm red and cool blue and put these together, and you're going to get this really dark kind of muddy purple, right? It's not a particularly nice color right off the top, because these colors are kind of crisscrossing through what we call the neutral core inside here. This area, when colors are on the opposite from one another on the color wheel, they're crossing through this area and they lose their saturation. Right, so here, that's a purple. Let's just take a little bit of cool yellow, and when we add that to that, this color, it basically kills all of the saturation and becomes gray. So if we were to add a little bit of, still a little purple, let's add a little bit more yellow. And just to kind of demonstrate, and this is very helpful, is if we add a little bit of white to any color, you can kind of see what it is a little bit more clearly. So you can see that it's gray. I just think that that's magic. For me, I just think, wow, that's really cool. When I first learned that you could make basically a very, very, very dark gray, or very, very dark, almost a black, without having any black, without using a black paint, that kind of blew my mind. That's where I started realizing that there is kind of an alchemical quality to painting. Anyway, so I'll probably mix this color again going forward, but I'm just going to take this paint, put it on a relatively small paintbrush here, and then I'm going to go over some lines that I might be worried might get lost in the next phase of this painting, right? So I'm just going to quickly paint over in her eyes here. And really, I'm not concerned with accuracy so much as just making sure that I've got everything in the relatively right place. And I'm not going to go over every line, just the most important lines here. Also, you'll see that kind of the painting cut off at the top here. So I'm going to extend this around here and see if I can give her whole head will be included in this painting, in my version of the painting, whereas it was cropped much closer in Tamara's original painting here. Maybe fingers a little bit. Oops. Anything else that is, well, maybe. Just doing this line here. Again, the goal is just to do this very quickly and not get caught up in detail. Okay, I think that's enough. Here, I'll just show you what I've got here. There's obviously lots more lines on here, and I might I might think, oh, it would have been helpful to have another line there, but just to get started, I think that's good. Okay, so the next thing, I think I'm going to paint this. Usually what I do is I work from the background to the foreground, so I usually like to have the, put in some cool colors into the background and then build up to the warmer colors in the foreground. One of the things that this painting does certainly share with Cubism is a relative flatness to the image. like, what is in the background and what is in the foreground? Well, it's all kind of foreground or middle ground or background, wherever you want to take it. It's not like there's something that is dramatically closer to us than anything else. I mean, I guess you could say maybe the door handle is the closest thing to us, and then maybe this part of the front hood, and then maybe some of this fabric from her scarf. I think that's her scarf, or is that the seat next to her? You know, or her head, right? But this area in behind, which would be maybe the back seat, is just dark, and we can't really. So, in that way, there's not the traditional illusionistic depth that we see here. We have a relative flatness of the composition. So, what we paint first or second isn't as critical as it is when we've painted, I don't know, like the Thomas Cole painting, or Titian, or Leonardo's Mona Lisa, or any of those other great artworks that we've done in the past, right? So maybe it would be nice just to kind of get some of this green going here, and then, because that I think is a critical part of this painting. It's funny, excuse me, as I look at it, I mean, I do see a little bit of yellow underneath this green here coming through. I can see it more. I have a television screen here, a computer monitor, and on the TV screen I can see a bit more of a yellowy quality, a bit of an underpainting, which might suggest we weren't too far off by using this color here to begin with. Actually, as I do this, I'm just going to add that line there. Excuse me and my sniffles. I'm going to take a allergy medication here in a second. Okay. So to mix this green looks like a cool green. It has all the hallmarks of like a really bright, saturated green. So I'm going to take some of my cool blue and this yellow. It's got a bit of that gray in there. We'll see how much of an effect it has. That's pretty good. I imagine that it's going to react to the warm yellow. So I'm probably going to have to do a couple coats of paint here to pull this off. And because of that, it means my first coat, I might want to make it a little bit brighter and potentially even have a bit of white in there just to help with the opacity. So, looks like I need, oh, I got lots more cool yellow. I forgot I got this one here. Okay, sorry, I'm just getting my supplies all set up. So, let's take a bit more of this. Now you see it goes much more of like a lime color. Or not even quite yet, but if I add more yellow, it'll go even more lime. Let's put this blue back in there. And then I'm going to scoop up a bunch of white and mix a separate color right here that I'll eventually paint over. Although you can kind of see this color is in the reflections here, right? It's not too far off. But even though there is that big reflection, I'm going to paint this cool yellow. Actually, I'm just going to go right across here. Okay. So you can kind of see why I was concerned about adding some of those lines to help with remembering where all of these shapes will eventually be. which is why I put that black paint down there. Or not black, that dark gray, I guess, that I mixed. See, it's mixing a little bit with the paint because I was a bit impatient to just get it on the canvas. Now it's possible, like, I could do this. Let me see. If this layer holds, I could just use this as the glossy reflections in here, although I might want to add a bit more white to get that. I'm just going to paint right over that as well. So if you were really concerned about some of those lines and your ability to locate them and paint them later on, that would be precisely why doing a little bit of outlining with the black, or you could use red or purple or green or whatever color you want. You don't have to use this color. Would be helpful. Also, just the way that I'm brushing this, I'm doing my best to try to keep this diagonal nature of the brush strokes, because it helps emphasize, I think, like the speed and the dynamic quality of the image. Okay. Okay, so yeah, those colors are pretty close. Okay, just one sec. Okay. Time for a quick sip of tea. While this is drying, I think I am going to outline this window up here. Actually, I could probably use this same dark color. I could use it for the steering wheel. I could just let's just do that right now. I'll use a slightly smaller paintbrush. So this is this dark color that I mixed up at the very beginning of the episode. My goal always is, at when I begin a painting, is to get as much paint on here as quickly as possible. Right, I loathe to do too much fiddling at the early stages of the painting, because then I'll just get sucked down into a rabbit hole of fiddling. So now we're gonna need to mix a bit more of that paint. So let's do that real quick. Let's take a bit more warm red. In fact, let's just take this whole thing and the blue, mix it up good. And we'll need a bit more cool yellow. Okay, so oops, if you see this color's gone kind of brown. That tells me that there's way too much red in here, and I just need to add more blue, and then we'll get back to the gray that we wanted, right? There we go. Right, it's always just managing ratios, right? If you have a color that looks too red, then you just think to yourself, well, if it's too red, then it means it's gone too far into the reds. So what would help balance it would be going in the opposite direction, usually adding, you know, if it's in this case adding more blue or potentially more yellow. So then right now that's very purpley again, so let's just add a bunch more yellow. And there we go. Now often I just use the warm red and the cool blue as just a dark color anyway. This one I just wanted, rather than, I don't want it totally black at this moment. So, and I may even use black in here, which I don't always do. Getting the steering wheel painted in here. Now usually I don't go into like a dark color like this until later on in the painting and use it to start outlining things. But again, because there's really no foreground or background in the painting at all, I'm sort of, it's not as some of the typical kind of approaches that I've been using or more classical painters use kind of gets thrown out of the window a little bit, right? Now there is some more in some of these corners. I think I'll just leave that till I get to those places. Okay. Maybe next up, let's, we can use this same gray that I just used, but add a lot more white to it to start getting some of these areas here, right? So now let's take this, maybe we'll mix it right in here, and I can use this green, because that green is in this color that I'm using right now, right? So here's a dark gray. That's good. Now let's take a bit more white. Maybe I'll just move this off to the side. Mix it up and get a lighter gray. It's got still a bit of that greenish quality to it that I don't really want. Let's take a bit more. There we go. Let's kill that gray right off. Now, one thing about the color that she's using is it's got a bit of a brownish hue to it. So I think even though these are great colors, great grays, I want this gray in the image to have a bit more of this. It's almost like a beige in here. So to do that, I'm going to get I'm going to mix up a warm brown. Actually, I'm just going to clean that brush off. Okay, so to make a warm brown, I'm going to take some warm yellow, and I need some more warm red. Mix up an orange, and then we're going to take some warm blue. So we've used every color thus far except the cool red, and we'll use a little bit of it when we get to the face too, so probably as like a blush. So okay, so here's this brown, and that actually, while I've got that mixed, I could use this for the gloves if I just add a little bit of white to it, and I think a little bit more warm yellow. And a little far there, so I'll just take a bit more brown, bring it back in here. So actually I'm going to start with this, since I've got this color here, and I'm going to be using, I can then take the same color, just add it to my gray, even with this white in here, because there's white obviously in the gray. So you'll see here, I'm just slopping this color right on in the interests of moving through this phase as quickly as possible, which is a little bit different than I've painted in the past. Oh, let's paint that right in there. Let's zoom in. So yes, there are some highlights on this glove. I'll do all of that later on separately, maybe as a glaze. I'm not exactly sure yet, but I could do that, or I could have a much more painterly approach to doing that. I haven't decided yet. I'm just going to paint right over this dark color, because it's kind of going to be pretty dark, that steering wheel. So this is the other side of her glove there. Okay. So, you know, one thing I'm doing right here is I'm painting the local color of these gloves. Right? So the local color is sort of the color between the darkest colors and the highlights. Right? So that I can, you know, this is the color that's in between those. Okay, so while I'm right here, let's just zoom back out. To get the this gray, let's just take some of this color I just used, and we'll just mix it into the gray here. Right, see how now we've got a gray. In fact, this might even be a little bit too strong still, so let's put some more white in here. Maybe even a bit of the gray. And isn't that cool? It's just like now we've got this color. It's a gray, but we've modified it so it kind of works with the rest of this painting. Now, I'm just going to make a decision just to paint that right out. Now I look at this and I actually feel like maybe it needs a bit more of this brown than I thought. Right, so I'm going to take a bit more, put it in here, because this, while it looks like the right color on my palette, when I get it on the painting, not quite right. So I'm just going to do all of this by eye later on, rather than fiddle with it and try to get the exact thing right now. I'm just going to press ahead, fill all this area in still feel like it could use even more brown in that gray, so I'll just keep on putting it in. Let's get some more white and gray because we need to mix more of it anyway. Okay. Again, you could see why it was helpful for me to do those very quick lines right off the top. So now I can see her shawl. I didn't do all of them because I'm pretty confident it's, even though those lines aren't there, that I'll be able to find the shapes. But again, if you know, beginner artist might find it helpful just to do that, take a little bit extra time and fill all that in. So even though these are two different shapes, you can see how I can still see the line between them because I see the texture in my paint there. So that's often just how I paint. I'll paint, even though it's the same color, I'll paint it as a different shape. Therefore, I can still kind of see the ridge of it. So when I go over it later on, I can still, it's pretty easy for me to locate. And then I'm going to take a bit more of this gray here and add some more white and kind of change this color just slightly for her hat, this Hermes cap that she's wearing. Okay. Some blacks that are going to go in there. Oh, and then the handle of okay, cool. So we're moving along at a nice kind of good speed here. I might change this, her kind of bonnet a little bit. I'll have to see. I might have gone a little bit too gray there, but I did want to make some distinction between this scarf that she's got flowing all over the place, and her bonnet. So, as well as her skin, right? She was a master at her craft, absolutely fantastic artist. So she was able to get some nice subtle variations. But that's very tricky to do, right? So, especially for beginner artists. So, I'm gonna give myself a little bit more leeway. Okay, so next, really, I mean, I guess I could paint the brown. Like the brown that kind of outlines a bunch of these areas. The only thing is I'm thinking about doing that after I get a bit more green in. Although if I look at this, I could be convinced to just do a little bit of glazing with the green, because I applied it a little bit thicker than what I normally do, going because as I said, to try to avoid having a long episode, these first layers I'm going to be using more paint than I normally do, which means that I'm giving up a bit of precision in order to move faster, and I have to do a little bit more eyeballing those things later on in the painting. So, you know, I was like, oh, I don't want to lose the beginner artist, the very beginner artist, but I am going to be doing the whole Intro to Painting course over again starting in the new year. So I think it's fair for me to start kind of moving a little bit more towards more intermediate painting techniques, so that, you know, beginner artists can kind of come back and do these episodes at some point in the future. Anyway, so let's do the skin tone. So we've already kind of got this brown here that we made, and we can just modify this to turn it into more of a skin tone. So let's just, I'm going to mix it just a little bit to the side. You know what, I'm going to mix it again, just so people can see how it's done, right? So I'm taking warm red and warm yellow. Probably a lot more warm yellow in here. Get this kind of orange. Because the one thing with this brown is there's a lot of blue in it, and when we're mixing a skin tone, we're going to put ooh, that's a lot. Ideally would be putting a lot less blue in it, and I just did the opposite of what I wanted to do. Not bad, but now it's a little bit on the orangey side. So I'm going to add a little bit more warm red in there to balance that back out, right? Not bad. Okay, so let's now take some white and mix this in here. You always see how when I'm mixing colors, I don't just start right in. So I put a little to the side and then bring it in. That way, if I need more, I just keep on, pull more of that color into the mixture. That's good, but it's still not quite. I think we need a bit more warm red. And that's much better. Let's take this white. I need a little more white. Okay, so let's see what this looks like on the canvas. Pretty close for our local color. Again, you can see why I painted those dark lines over top, because then I can just do this and I don't have to fiddle. Oh, I just noticed that this is her hair up there, so I'm gonna paint over that gray a little bit there. Now look at that on camera. That looks really yellowy, doesn't it? Doesn't quite look like that in person. I feel better about it in person, but it does have a bit more of a kind of slightly greenish skin tone. So that's okay, because we're gonna do a little bit of work in this area anyway. I just would have hoped to get a little bit closer earlier on. So I'll let that dry. I think I am going to paint this brown. I've still got some wet brown on my palette here. Obviously, it's going to go darker. It's eventually, but let's get it slightly small. That's pretty big paintbrush for some of these thin lines. So you can see I'm holding. Look where I'm holding my paintbrush. Right, I'm holding it a little bit further away. I'm holding it further away, and because I want to try to avoid little tiny marks like this, so I'm kind of anchoring my arm against my body here. And I've also, I think you can see it in the video, I've got this little pinky finger here, kind of just acting like a brace. Drag down over here. Okay. Where else is this brown? Okay, right along here. Now I find it easier if I literally do this, so that as I pull down on here, it's just pulling my hand here. When you're doing movements sort of away from your body, then your arm is getting more extended, and therefore it's more naturally going to be a little bit more wobbly, versus when it's kind of up against my body like this. You know, I don't have the steadiest hand. Not quite as eloquent as she did it, but I think good enough for right now. Maybe I'm just going to use this same brown, this little bit darker brown, just to get into some of these dark areas here, so that I can basically have the whole canvas occupied with color, even in here. That's good. Okay. Paula says, hi Michael, nice to hear that I will be going from beginner to intermediate. Should I celebrate? Absolutely, absolutely. I think anytime you feel like you've made some kind of a breakthrough, you should celebrate it. Because sometimes you go through these periods of, I mean, not you, I mean, all artists go through these sort of dry spells where you just feel like you've plateaued, or you're diminishing, or your abilities been diluted in some way. And I like, seriously, I mean that it's really important to celebrate times where you feel like things are going well, so much so that I would highly encourage you to write a little bit about that experience. I keep a journal, and it's really, I think it's important to you know, even if it's just a couple sentences, write down. You could write it on the back of your painting, the way that painting felt, a little bit about what some of the conditions were that helped you get that way. Did you have a really good sleep the night before? Did you have a good meal before you worked on that painting? So that, just like putting on some clothing that helps you get back into the painting mood, what else helped facilitate that strong painting that you're really proud of? And because it's also, and I would strongly encourage you to hang that in your house somewhere that you are going to see often, not just, you know, in a shelf somewhere that you can take out if somebody ever comes over your house ever again, but it's on the wall so that it's a constant reminder of, okay, yeah, maybe I had a bad day, or I had a bunch of bad month of painting, but look, I did that one. I know I can do a good painting because, darn it, I did that one. So all is not lost. I've been to the top of the mountain once. I can get back up there again, right? And I think, all kidding aside, I think that's really, really important, because sometimes we get so caught up in the moment that we forget to acknowledge the times where we've done well. Like, often as artists, we focus on all the negatives and the times, all the problems in a painting. But when inevitably you do something that you're really, really proud of, you want to let yourself know about it, right? Okay. So, I'm going to put a little bit of green and roughly the same color I used here. I'm just going to put this in here. Again, my goal is to fill up all of the space. Including potential, well, that's going to be lighter. So maybe I'll just take white and put this up here, even if it's going to have a bit of green in it. Okay. Okay, so I do feel it's still a little bit wet. I might go and tackle that face next, or should I do the face is still wet, so maybe I should just do some of the car here. So sorry, I'm just looking at the original and mine and just thinking about what I should do here. I've got a lot of the color that I want already here. So I'm kind of thinking about using some glazing now, because I can start adding a little bit, because this next green isn't radically different. Like, it is, this is the color I had there versus this green. Now I want to use this green here to start going into these areas off to the side, and then here we're going to darken it significantly. But I think I'm just going to, rather than put this raw right on here, I'm going to put a little bit of glazing fluid. That way I can kind of blend it out a little bit. So I can take this. So it's not the full saturated color. By adding some glazing fluid, it's going to thin it a little bit, make it easier to blend if you want to do some blending, which I do want to do a little bit of. Okay. And I can use my mop brush, this big thing here, just to kind of soften that. Let's just keep on going down here on the side of the car. Notice again that I'm going in these diagonal directions. Now this glazing fluid is starting to kind of seize up a little bit. Getting some things here that I'm not too happy with, and I can't fiddle with it too much longer, otherwise I'm going to get some headache moments. And I'm very close to that threshold right now, so I better just walk away from that area and take, you know, it's not bad, but glazing large areas is always a bit of a trick. And can be problematic. So I took my chances there. It's not quite even, but I will do a little bit more anyway. So. Let's do up here. I guess this is all dark down to here, I guess. One thing I want to do at some point in the future is repaint some of the paintings that I've done without referring to how I did them before. Just see if I, what approach I took the second time, how much different it was than the first time, because yeah, each one of these is a little bit different, and I'm doing it flying by the seat of my pants, and so they end up a little bit different. And so let's do this here. I'm gonna blend starting from the darker side, so I think I'm just gonna get a bit more glazing fluid on there. Get a bit more of this darker green blended in here really good. Keep getting a bit of blue streaks in here. And then likewise, there. Just soften that edge a bit. Now I probably will go with a little bit of white and just make it pop a little bit more for a bit more bright highlights there, but that's good for right now. It's not totally even, not super happy. There's a little bit streaky over here, but if I try to do any touch-ups right now, it's just gonna all fall apart. So I just sort of you can, again, think of all of these as like little layers. You get a layer done. It doesn't mean that it all has to be done all at once. I mean, we're not even an hour and a half in, and we've got, this is also already a very strong underpainting, right? All of the major things are in place. It's just now adding more and more details as we go. So I think as promised, let's do the face. It looks, I might just need to blow dry that in a second. So in fact, let's just, so I just look at this color again. It is way too yellowy. So let's put some more, dramatically more red in here. Make this a little bit more peachy. Yeah, that's much better. You can see that on camera. Okay, so I'm not going to put it everywhere. I'm just going to really go for where the highlights are on this face. Because I can keep that same kind of more yellowy quality in the shadows, because it's going to get darker there anyway, so. Right, it's such a subtle difference, but it makes a big difference. On her eyelids. Make sure this is in focus. just a bit. Let's, in fact, might as well just zoom right in on her face here. Okay, like this. It's turning out really good. I'm really happy. So I've got this paint on my palette here, but we want to darken it and get a little bit more towards the brown. So let's even just take some of this brown right out of here. Oops, sorry. And mix it in here, maybe just a bit more red. Now that's fairly dark because there's some blue in there, so it's giving it a bit of this gray quality. I don't know about that. Not. If I put that down, I'm afraid it's gonna take kind of deaden her face a bit. So we'll do it again. Let's go up here. Let's take some of this color. We'll take some of that skin tone and just get it a little bit more into this area. Get some more yellow. And maybe just a little bit of blue. So you can see it's getting darker, but this here is the same. Well, this has got much more blue in it. So let's just, actually I'm going to switch down to a smaller brush. And let's get this darker side of her face here. Now, actually, I could be using, you know what, I'm going to do this. We'll do a kind of a fairly dramatic shadow. And then I'm going to put some glazing fluid in it, and then we'll kind of soften out the hard edge. Even that brush is a bit too big. Some of this underneath her lip here. Shadow, which we can even turn a bit into some hair that she had. Okay. So that's pretty good. I'm happy with that. I'm just gonna, oops. Now I'm gonna take some glazing fluid. And you know what, actually, even before I do that, I'm gonna blow dry all of this so that it's nice and set. So now when I put some glazing fluid in there, I can kind of brush it out a bit. I think maybe I should have blow dried it before I started putting these things, but I get a little bit impatient. So let me just mix this glazing fluid into the paint here. And then I'm going to put a bit of it to the side here. So whenever you're glazing, generally you want the glaze to be fairly thin, right? Yeah, I'm going to need to blow dry this. Okay, that's all right. Because I also got a bit of, I think there must be some gray on this. So let's blow dry. I'll mute the microphone for just a moment. Okay, let's dial down here again. Can soften things out a little bit. Same thing over here. It's much darker, so I'm just putting quite much more glaze there. This looks like my mop brush is dirty. What is it just from that green? Okay, well, it's a workplace hazard. Okay, that's good for first layer there. So I'm going to blow dry this again. Okay. Okay, now I'm just gonna go the opposite. Actually, I should blow dry this first. Lolly says, I can't wait to have try it this myself. I think I need to get some glazing fluid. I've never painted using it before. I think it'll change your life. Glazing fluid is, once you start using it, it is so helpful. It is so helpful for me. It's but the closest thing that I feel helps get me to that oil painting experience. It allows you to blend acrylics in a way that you just can't otherwise. It's also a very it's using kind of the techniques of the great painters of the past, so you can get more subtle effects that you otherwise just really, it's very difficult to do otherwise. Just trying to get a few little highlights here on the face. I'm not going to do too much of this because I'll come back and do this, more of it later. Getting those cheekbones. Now let's, what should we do? Let's use this kind of dark gray, I think. Let's take it, I'm gonna mix it in with some brown. Sorry. So this brown that I mixed earlier, I'm just mixing in with this gray just to get something a little bit darker. And now I'm going to come in and do some of the facial, or not the, obviously we're working on the face, but the, like, eyelashes here. Oops, got to be careful. The bottom part of the painting is still very wet. I haven't been blow drying that. In fact, I'm going to put a tiny bit of glazing fluid. Now, I mean a little bit. Just this little bit. It's going to make it easier for me to paint because there's a very thin amount of paint here. But also it's going to be just a little bit more transparent and maybe not quite as dark, especially when I come in to do these lines right here. Alright, and then we'll come down here, and I'm gonna go, well, actually, let's do kind of both. We'll do a very thin line. Now I'm gonna paint some white in here in a moment, but I'm also just gonna, it's a little bit darker than I had hoped, and I wanted this to be a bit more red, but what you gonna do? Let's go over to the other eye here. Let's get her. And again, this eyebrow. You know, I'll say I very deliberately put, after having done Picasso, I chose this art. Tamara de Lempicka, I thought was, if there was any artist who was like the female, what would you call it? Like yin and yang to Picasso, it would be someone like her. This is a woman who, like, who would probably, I was gonna say would have nothing to do with Picasso, but I think she's the kind of woman that would sort of play Picasso. Like, Picasso is this big famous player, lover kind of character. She was his equal at that. She would probably string Picasso along and make him fall madly in love with her and then just dump him. And humiliate him and degrade him and, like, So for all the pain that Picasso put all the women through in his life, if she ever, I don't know if they met, they would have been in this, well, I don't know if they traveled in the same circles. I'm sure they probably ran into one another, but she's the kind of person I think that just would have zero interest in really indulging Picasso, unless she just for fun wanted just to play with him, because she was such a wild character, right? And it's very interesting. Like, there's a few biographies of hers out there. She played with her biography, and so what we know of her, you kind of take it through a little bit of a grain of salt, because she would, like, we're not exactly sure where she was born, because in various different interviews in publications that she put out there, she described herself as being from Warsaw, and then from Moscow and St. Petersburg. Like, why she did that, I'm not sure. I think she probably just enjoyed the mystery. She was very ambitious. She was a social climber, and I don't think she had no apologies for the way that she lived, the way that she approached her life, which I find very admirable, right? Like, she just, like, she had male lovers and female lovers. She was a bisexual or a lesbian. She married, I think, 3 men, and cheated on all of them, and sort of just used them to step higher and higher up the social hierarchy, and to get more and more I think she really enjoyed moving in very exclusive circles. Like, she was from a fairly wealthy family in Russia, or in Poland, although they did spend some time in St. Petersburg. And she had, she was, I'm not sure how much Jewish blood she had in her family, but enough that when World War II broke out, she was out of there. She was married to this fellow who owned a lot of property in Hungary, who was also part Jewish, and she was like, so they left. They moved to New York and then to Los Angeles. And when she was in Los Angeles, she loved the glitzy premieres. The only thing that happened, though, is she became kind of known as this sort of rich dilettante. And, she was like a spitting image for Greta Garbo. And if you think of Greta Garbo as that kind, as like her personality, this sort of dates me. I mean, Greta Garbo is from a generation, my grandmother's generation, but at least at her heyday. I know she, so anyway, when she was in Los Angeles, she was still painting, but I think people started to take her less seriously as an artist, especially her older work. It was very much rooted in a particular point and period in time in history. And, like a lot of actors or musicians, it's sometimes, if your music is really known, like, is let's say, like the Rolling Stones or something, right? Yeah, the Rolling Stones have been releasing music ever since they formed in the mid-'60s, but I think most people associate them with the 60s and 70s. Some Girls is a great album that was released at the beginning of the 80s. I love it. They still had great music they were putting out, but I think still they're so same sort of thing with her. Like, she was kind of trapped by the success that she had in the 20s and even 30s, and she found it very difficult to, once she, in the 40s and 50s when she's living in the United States, to get people to take her seriously and her new work seriously. She ended up sort of remaking many of the paintings that had made her famous, and sort of like the Rolling Stones, it's not like they go out and just play all the new songs. They're playing Paint It Black and all that stuff, and so and I think she, from what I kind of get, she was kind of frustrated with that towards the end of her life, and one of the reasons she moved to Mexico is I think she just wanted to kind of just try to start, but she only lived in Mexico for about 3 or 4 years before she died, although she was painting right up until the end, till I think age 81, right? It's like, can you imagine? Like, the other thing too is, like, Picasso was from a relatively kind of lower middle class family. His father was an artist, and I think she probably would have looked down on Picasso. Even she might have been like, well, he's really talented, but he's also, she comes from this fairly wealthy, Polish family that there was definitely some class things, so they just would not have been. She would have hung out with maybe Picasso's collectors. Anyway, I don't know why I'm on this. Let's get back to the painting here. I definitely made a conscious decision. I thought she would be sort of a good palette cleanser for Picasso, who I love as an artist, but is, as we talked about in the episode last week, a complicated figure at the very least, right? And I think for her to be as open as she was about her sexuality in the 20s and 30s, 40s, like, imagine, think about, like, in Los Angeles in the 40s and 50s, like, that's the beginning of what is it, the Hays Code, where they start blacklisting filmmakers and for being communist, or not even being communist, but suspected communists, and there's this whole kind of moral code that gets kind of imposed on Hollywood films. I think for someone like her, and for her to still be who she was, I think she started kind of. It was getting increasingly hard for her to live the life that she wanted to live. But she didn't compromise at any point, and good for her, I should also say, like, to give you an idea, like, the musician Madonna is one of the biggest collectors of Tamara de Lempicka's art in the world. Well, at least she did. I have no idea what Madonna's up to these days. She might have divested herself of some of her art over the years, but Madonna saw Tamara Lempicka as a major icon and as someone she wanted to kind of emulate. And you could see that in especially kind of Madonna's music and performances from the early 90s, like was it the Truth or Dare period of time, and when she was doing the burning crosses that got her in all that trouble. You can see, like, she saw Tamara as, like, someone who was equally kind of like an iconoclast, right? Literally, that transcended the rules and could care less about what anybody thought. Okay. So I should probably put a little bit of white into these eyes now. So let's take some white. I'm gonna not just put it in those just straight. Let's take a bit of face, the color that I used for her face. Right, there we go. Let that dry. While that's drying, let's do some lips. So for her lips, let's I'm going to take a bit of this warm red. Where's my palette? So I'm taking warm red and a bit of cool red as well. Now it might be intense, so I'm just going to take a bit of the flesh tone that I had here. Let's mix this off to the side. And it's not quite dark enough yet. That's all right. That's part of the plan. Oops, I kind of went a little far there, didn't I? Let's see. Leave that there for a second. Let me see if I can just get a bit of... Okay, I think I'm going to go for a little bit of blue-gray for these eyes. So I'm going to take some warm blue here and a bit of gray. And a bit of white. So I've actually painted her eyes more open than they actually are in the original. Let's see if I can adjust that a little bit. I'm not even worrying about the highlights and all that stuff. I just want to get that in first, right? I'll let that dry. I think the mouth might be ready to go in and do a little bit of work here again. Okay, I'm also going to take a little bit of this, that's a lot, a little bit of blue, and mix it, maybe I'll mix it in with this warm, or sorry, cool red here. Get a little purple going. And I'm going to take this purple and use it to do a very subtle line between the lips here. Okay, let's come back up to her face. I want to get this kind of red around her eyes a little bit more, so taking a bit of red, mixing it back into that flesh tone, and let's do a bit of a glaze. And also just maybe I'm just going to take a bit of this color. We can keep on darkening that. Let's come back to this brown and that's it. We want a bit more of that sly look that she's got there that is so iconic as part of this image. Okay, so I think I'm gonna actually, let's get just a little bit of darkness for her pupils in here. Okay, so there's lots more I can do there, but bearing time, I want to just move on here. We've got lots more of this painting to do here. But I think that's really helpful, is kind of getting that established will make working on the rest of it, I think, a little bit more pleasurable, because we feel like, ah, okay, we've got this going here. So maybe, what else can I do maybe with some of these colors that I've mixed already? Let's use, I'm just going to be a bit lazy here and just use some of these flesh tones here as a highlight. As opposed to just completely mixing all this in all again. Okay, we'll move on from there real quick. Let's get this glove here. Soften everything up just a bit here. Take some of those hard edges away. And in fact, I'm just going to take a little bit more warm yellow and some white. Oops, my apologies for the bump. Let's come back here. So you see how I'm not going over everything I did before, just parts of it, like getting brighter and brighter highlights. And even just before I move on here, I'm just going to come back one more time. I'm going to add even more white in here. Now, if I wanted to, I would take a little bit more time here. Probably do this as a glaze rather than what I'm doing right now, just because it's a little bit kind of bold and not kind of blended in, and we don't have quite the smooth transitions that she does, but that's the price you have to pay when you're trying to recreate one of the great, most iconic paintings of an entire age in couple 2-3 hours here, right? Not exactly sure what going on here with that thumb, but I'll put it up there anyway. Okay. Maybe rather than really diving in and sorting all of that out, I'm going to continue moving around the canvas. Maybe let's do the scarf next, because that's a big thing that we haven't touched in a while. Wow, so many comments. Wow, where do I don't know if I'm not gonna go through all. Wow, lots of comments. Let me see. Just you got lots of conversations happening between people here, so I'm rather than read all that. Lolly says, it's amazing really, having studied art at school and college, I never learned half the stuff I've learned through Michael. Crazy. Thank you, I appreciate that. Although that is a little bit of a condemnation of art school, so which I totally understand. I had the same sort of experiences. You know, I do think art school is great. I teach at an art school, one of the best art schools in the world, but I do think that there is a major focus in art schools on talking and thinking about art, and less so on technique, and which is one of the reasons why I'm doing this here online, because I don't have the opportunity to teach this in person at the school. And so sometimes I'll literally just tell my students, if you want to know a little bit more about how to do this, watch one of my videos. Here's the link. Because there is a sort of an assumption that people will know a bit about how to do this already, or should know how to do this before they even start art school. Because, and it's, you know, it's a thing that traditionally art school was a place you went to before they became colleges and before they became universities. Art school was a place where they only taught technical stuff. You didn't have English classes or maybe even art history classes. You literally just went there to learn the basic principles of painting. And then as art schools wanted to get more legitimate, one of the ways to become more legitimate is by starting to give out degrees. And to give out degrees, you have to meet certain academic requirements. There are I used to be the president of our faculty association, so I've met almost everyone who teaches at the school, at least all of the full-time faculty, and there are people that have been there since the 70s and 80s, who've been there for almost 50 years, who remember when Emily Carr University was a non-degree granting, or maybe when it just received some minor degree granting status, and they'll talk about how slow, like, the work that the students did changed, the kind of students that came to the school changed, and students started coming to the school younger and younger and younger. I myself went to art school I started art school before I was 18. Like, when I was 18 when I was in college and I went right from high school into college, and when I did that with a bunch of friends, so I wasn't alone. But it was much more common for there to be people who took at least a year, if not like 5-10 years off, spend a lot of time learning how to paint, like many of you, and then went to art school. Now it's almost like, if you have anyone that's older than 23 in like a first year class, it's almost, they are like the unicorn. Most of the people are coming to school right out of high school, and they're much younger, 17, 18. And so traditionally artists would have been painting for professionally, even selling their work for years, and then thought, you know what, I want to go to art school and get a little bit more technical knowledge. I've been doing all this, now I just want to kind of perfect my craft, right? That's not really how art school is these days, right? So it's not uncommon for me to hear things like that, where I went to art school and I didn't learn anything that we're teaching, that you're teaching here. Okay, anyway, so stay on task, Michael. Let's get this scarf here done here. So we've got a good base color. It's not exactly what we have in here, but when I mixed this color, I was going for something like, this is a highlight that she's put over top of it. So yeah, so let's why don't we mix this color again and see how close we can get to it to begin with. Let's move that out for a second. I'll need a bit more white. So my goal is to be done within the next hour. Like completely finished. Sometimes I say I'll be done in 15 minutes and then I'm here for 2 more hours. So I'm going to say 1 hour should be, I think, we should be able to get the scarf in, and then, yeah, we should be, that would be my goal. Ultimately be done this whole painting from beginning episode in 3 hours would be ideal. So what I've done is I've taken some white down here. Let's take our original gray and mix this in. And if you recall, to get this the shawl, I took some brown and mixed that in here. Now all that's pretty much dry, so if we want to mix a little bit more, let's do that to the side here. Let's take some warm red, warm yellow, got some blue in here, maybe a bit more blue, a bit more red. And just bring some of this color down into this area. So now we got a kind of a more brownish gray. Yeah, we're pretty close. So what should we do first? Should we go darker or lighter? Maybe we'll go darker, because I think that will help people see where the shadows are. So I'm going to keep... That's right, let me just back out for a moment here. I'm going to take this color, I'm just going to put some of it here, and then let's take our kind of darker gray. We won't go totally dark, well, dark enough, because we're not going to do that many layers, just for time's sake. So I'll put this here, dark enough that it will stand out enough. And I'm going to just be kind of eyeballing things, because a lot of my detail, even though I did some of that line work earlier, is gone. So I'll show you kind of how I'll problem solve this here. Let's zoom back in a bit. Okay, so let's look for, if you're like this, if you're like me and you're in a situation like this and you've lost most of the detail, let's see if we can bring it back by using like landmarks in the painting to help us. So there's going to be some hair here. Underneath her chin. I'm just going to might as well just darken this right now. So we have this big highlight. I'm not going to do the mid area here. Let's just go right to this. Let that kind of fade out right here. And then we've got underneath. I might have done that a little. Well, I don't know. Actually, that's not bad. I guess there was a little bit of those lines underneath there, but they're so obscure for me that it's kind of hard for me to know what the deal is, so I'm kind of just inventing it up again. Okay, is that everything? That's pretty good, I think. This. Oh, I'm missing. What am I missing? Something in here, right? Okay, so I feel good about that. Now I'm going to take some glazing fluid and mix it in with this larger brush. I should actually blow dry everything before I move on here, otherwise it's going to drive me crazy. I always get impatient and try to skip this step, and then the painting punishes me, so... maybe I'll just go down to a slightly smaller brush here. So by putting in the glazing fluid, it's not like I even have to lighten this color up or darken it. It's just a matter of how much paint or how many layers I want to do to kind of get to the color that I want. And the great thing about it is I can just kind of quickly soften the line up a bit. Okay, there's one. Obviously, I'm going fast here, and it's not a little bit sloppy. I'm going to have a bit more pronounced lines than if I took my sweet time to do this. I'm going to blow dry that. Actually, you know what? Rather than just blow drying that, let's just move on to a different part. And that way I can start tackling some of these other parts that also need some attention too. So let's see. This area back here. I'm just going to darken that significantly. So we can kind of invent whatever color we want to be back here. I think in behind her head, I don't know. I think I'm going to darken this. Maybe lighten it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I want to approach this. So I'm just going to throw some color in there for now. Zoom up so you can kind of match where I am. Just gonna start darkening. Actually, you know what? Since this is going to get dark, let's just start going dark right here. No time for fiddling around, so we'll just put that white line in on its own. you know, one of the things that does happen when I'm moving this fast is there are times where because I'm just, my eyes are right in the painting and I'm less aware of the overall painting, sometimes all the way until the very end, is that there are times where when I'm all done and I look at the paint, you know, I've signed off, and I look at it and be like, oh, I clearly like made some major mistake because I didn't see, let's say this, I didn't even think about this, you know, the hand here matching up here, and it might not work. So that's just because I'm going so fast that sometimes, like, you know, this is still, this glove should connect here, right? So, and that's really important, and sometimes because I'm going so fast I miss out on that, and it just things, those little details are really important. And you know, if you go really, really fast, you run the risk of goofing on them a little bit. And you can miss it if you're going really slow as well, but you're more likely to catch it if you're just taking your time and going a little bit slower. So, and I think it might be one of those things that sometimes people watching are like, what's going on there? It looks a little bizarre, funky. Did he miss something there? Probably, yeah. The human brain, can only process a certain amount of information, and then it gets overloaded, and so, like I was talking to my students the other day. I was saying, you know, about not being too hard on yourself about things is, you know, and this idea of perfection can be really you know, poisonous to the growth of an artist. And I really actually don't, I not only do I think that, I think like I don't think there is such thing as perfection anyway. Which is also why, you know, and somebody says, well, maybe in a like spiritual sense, you know, if you believe in a higher power, maybe that is perfect. I don't know. That's one of the reasons why I like the Greek gods, is that there are such flawed characters. They're constantly warring with one another and frustrating each other and making huge mistakes, of which for the poor humans always end up paying for. Okay, let's come back up here. Darken this area a bit. Again, a bit of glazing fluid so I can blend it out a bit. Just leave it, Michael. Goodness. Okay. Racing. Okay, where are we down here? Not sure what this is. Is this like a review mirror or something in a super awkward place? I don't know what I'm looking at right here. I've looked at this image for a while and I haven't been able to kind of sort it out. If you have any ideas what this is, please let me know. And I know I'm super behind in the chat. Where should I do next here? Okay. Oh, now I zoom in, I love all this kind of reflections on this window. That is really cool. Sometimes it's funny, you don't see these things until you get up close. One of the things that I regret now that I'm looking at it is I really should have used the exact same colors on both sides of this post to make sure that I don't mix a totally different color on one side of the post. Otherwise, it will really break up this space. Now, hopefully I still have a lot of the same color here, but that was an oversight on my part for sure. Okay, so that's the edge of the painting. Let's Oh, I just realized my timer on my clock here on the app stopped. I'm sitting here thinking like, wow, I'm doing really good with time. And again, this happened last time. So I'm just going to restart that app and hopefully everything will continue as normal. So her painting kind of ends right there. I've got a little bit of extra room here, so I'm just going to make that dark though. Let's get a bit more darker paint in here. So here's where I'm trying to bring a line across to help give a clue to the viewer. I know this is not in her painting, but it doesn't matter what's in her painting, it's what's my painting, right? I gotta worry about my painting. So I'm just putting a little bit of a continuity line. I mean, same sort of thing here. I know these are a little bit different than what she did, but I'm just concerned that there'll be confusion, so I want to try to alleviate confusion. I often think that's a big role of a painter, is clarifying things for the viewer of your painting. Or I mean, there's some artists that create, are very mysterious, and that can be fun. I mean, I stay up late every night watching Columbo on DVD. So I love murder mysteries. I love mysteries. And sometimes paintings can be super mysterious, but I don't want it to be a frustrating experience for somebody looking at the painting, right? I want them to, if there is something that's kind of confusing, I want it to be kind of a fun, like, oh, what is going on there? Not a like, what on earth? That doesn't make any sense. You know? Like, so for instance, this shape that she has there is kind of interesting. It's like, what? That's weird. What is that? right? It might make you stop and take an extra little bit of a look. Versus something where you're more like, what? Like in my painting, there's a few, what? Oh. Okay, so I think I'm going to come back a little. Actually, there's these greens up here. I think I'll do that because I'll take some of my... I'm going to move into green anyway very shortly. Okay, so let's take a bit of glazing fluid. Get back into here. And we don't need to do a lot of it, right? It's just we want to kind of hint that this is some kind of glass that's reflecting some of the green from the car up here. I'm going to take a bit of some yellow here and bring this into my glaze. Okay, now let's zoom back out. I'm talking about the painting that my long all night long painting. Okay. Let's put a bit of some highlights on the car. So where should we do this? I'm going to take some of this green here and let's get some white on it. Maybe get even more white. Okay. And then I'm going to wipe my brush off. I'm not going to bother cleaning it, but just wipe it off. Take some glazing fluid. So now I've got glazing fluid on my brush and a bit of this white. Start there kind of simply. We got this another larger one here. Just soften that. Let's where should we do that? Right here. I think we might have to do a little bit more of this. We'll see. So what I'm doing with my hand is that when there's a little, if I've got too much fluid in there, so that it doesn't crowd down here or leave like a texture, I'm just smudging it away with my hand there. Let's see, she's even got a bit more down here. I don't know why. I'm just going to put a bit of it here. Maybe just spread this out a little bit first. I guess, you know, cars have all sorts of weird reflections all over the place. So. Definitely not as strong in that area. Okay, I mean that's very subtle, right? But we would let this dry, and then we'll blow dry it here in a moment. Just, is there anywhere else? Maybe let's blow dry this, and then we'll do a little bit more. I think I want to bring this highlight out a bit more, maybe a bit more there. So I'm going to mute the audio for momentarily here. So as I said, like I thought I was still roughly around an hour and 45 minutes, and like, well, time's going really well. And I realized the app had kind of stalled, so I rebooted it. Yeah, now I'm at the 3-hour mark. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, wow, I really don't. I didn't realize I was going that fast. Okay, this makes a little bit more sense. Okay, I'm gonna glaze here a bit more. Oops, you know what? I should get a bit more glazing fluid on here. I think that's good. Oops, what happened? Okay, so I'll leave the. I mean, I could keep on brightening that up. I see there's a highlight there. Maybe should I do that real quick? I think I really should do this after I finish the green, but let's put that there. Maybe just soften it a bit. Okay, I want to finish the gray down here. I didn't even realize I kind of neglected that part of the painting. So now I'm feeling a level of urgency that I didn't realize, as I thought I was doing much better with time than I actually was, or am. Darken this. Damn, I need to mix a new gray. You can see all this is kind of getting sticky. I did see in the chat, Lolly said something again about how do you keep those paints wet in your palette for so long. Everything is definitely pretty sticky on there. There's not a lot of wet paint left. I mean, I will say, you know, you're saying maybe you should get some glazing fluid. That's also probably a big part of it. Like glazing fluid, the areas that have glazing fluid in it, like even this here, this is glazing fluid that I did on this part of the green 2 hours ago, right? And it's still wet, right? So I don't want green on my brush, but just to show you that it makes a huge difference. Like glazing fluid, this is what I'm using, the satin glazing fluid, meaning not shiny. There's gloss glazing fluid and satin glazing fluid. I use satin glazing fluid because it dries matte, so it's not reflective, and it makes it a lot easier for me to know what is wet and what is dry. I don't really like using gloss at all, just personally, because I find, especially when I'm painting quickly like this, acrylic paint when it dries usually goes matte, and that way I know, okay, that's dry. Versus if I use gloss in there, then it's like, is it dry and glossy, or is it just wet and glossy? I don't know. Anyway, what is it that I want to do? Oh, I'm still working on. I wanted to mix some more gray or dark. Actually, maybe should I do? I'm not sure if I want to go. Like, so here's this is. I'll just use up a little bit more of this. I'm not going to use that much of it. So. This is my dark color. And there's some gray. Like, things get a little sticky, and it's definitely, it can be problematic painting with sticky paint. You know, this paint that's been on there for hours. It can be very frustrating for sure. So usually after a few hours, like if I was painting this, if I was making my own painting and I wasn't on camera, every couple of hours I would literally just wash all the paint off of my palette and start again. Because, you know, at this point, things just start to get, it can get a little frustrating, and I don't want to be frustrated while I'm painting. I want it to be kind of fun and easy. And there have been times throughout these episodes where I have stopped and cleaned my palette It's just one of those things where it's not, you know, I don't want to walk away and spend 2 minutes cleaning when the camera's rolling and it's like, oh, there's nothing going on here except the sound of a sink. Get this little hinge, or not a hinge, what is that? Let's outline that as well. Oh crap. Where did that big... Oh my goodness, I got water droplets. Where did I... Ah. Okay. Well, we will fix that. And I got some over here. That's what happens when you're speeding along. Okay. And it's actually kind of made some... That's frustrating. So let's fix that. Maybe I'll let it dry for a moment here. As frustrating as that is, I'm just going to let it sit for a few minutes. So while that's these spots, taking my dark color that I just recently mixed, let's go in here and sort out the steering wheel. So let's, before I even go any further, let's figure out the shape of the steering wheel. So this is under her hand. That makes sense. Let's do this. That needs to, I need to fix that. We'll do that in a moment. I think this kind of thing is helpful to see maybe zoomed out. And then I guess, you know, once I've done this and fixed... Wow, that made it... I keep getting It's little splashes of water all over here. What am I doing differently than normal here that's causing all this? Okay, I wanted to fix this, so I'm just gonna clean my brush a bit here. And come back. Right, so that this arc continues down there. That looks better, right? What? Huh. Okay. So, you know, what's interesting is, remember those little drops of water on there? I let them just, I wiped them away, and it had created some spots that were quite alarming. I just let it dry, and it had actually sort of bubbled up, like it looked like it's like there was some texture to it after I wiped it away. Looks like they've almost entirely disappeared. So that's again another reason why sometimes you just let things sit for a bit rather than starting to kind of fiddle with them and the problem resolves itself. So speaking of that, let's go in. I want to put this line here, or a couple lines on the car. And I'm going to make some more black paint. Maybe I've got this brush rather than just washing it. Let's just mix up some more dark color. Oh, let's put that. So I'm putting some more warm red and warm blue on my palette, and we're going to mix more up together here. Warm blue, or sorry, warm red, cool blue, and cool yellow. Make this really nice dark gray. I love this color because it's about as close as you can get to a neutral color on this palette. And when you use a split complementary palette, generally everything is either warm or cool or cold, right? This gray is about as close as you can get to being right in the middle of the painting, and therefore being neutral. It's not warm or cool or anything, it's right in the middle. So it's a perfect color for us to then use to modify other existing colors already on here. Okay. I feel like I'm butterfingers today. I'm just dropping everything. I know there's probably like a couple hundred comments in the chat, and so I'm not going to go back through there. But so if there were questions I haven't answered, please ask them again, so that I can just keep on plowing forward here. My plan was to go back into this green. So So again, here I'm just going to activate some of this green that's been sitting on here for hours with a little bit of that glazing fluid, and I'm going to use it to do some highlights. Let's take some of this white, some of this green. Actually, I think this will be fine. Let's just see how dark it actually is. Or light, I mean. Right, what's kind of nice that what she's done here is she's also got a little bit of darker green next to it, which is so you can see like the highlight and the shadow of this piece of metal. Let's do the same. I'm going to use the same color. I think I'm going to rotate the canvas to do this, and maybe even just quickly use a pencil to help. So where's the line I want this to? So I often think of like line work as sort of like building a tunnel, and the first step is just to kind of get all the way to the other side, and then once you're at the other side, then you can come back and widen the tunnel. I don't know if that's how tunnels are actually built. That's just the way that I think about it when I used to build snow forts and things, and you put doorways in, right? You just kind of dig your way to the other side, and then you widen it, right? So it's the same sort of thing. So I did get a little bit wide there at the top. She's darkened things anyway, and we're going to put some darker green here shortly. In fact, I'm just going to take this green, darker green, right? So this black, that's one of those lines that I put down there right on top of that yellow, way back when, right? So it's just kind of showing through a little bit. It's a little bit darker than maybe it needs to be, but I don't mind it. Kind of has a little ghost there. Okay, I'm gonna take my black, my dark color, and I'm gonna put this stripe going across here. So again, let's get all the way, let's get this tunnel across. You can see it's, again, it's a little bit blobby because some of this paint has been out for a while. So that's just one of the dangers of it. Of using kind of some paint that's been on the palette for hours. You know, one thing I could do is I could just use tape and just tape this right off and do a nice super clean line right here. That might even be the easiest and potentially even fastest way and the best way to do it, but maybe I will eventually just, depending on how well this turns out, if this line is all crooked and bent, then I have no problem doing that, but let's see if I can do it this way first. It looks like it's pretty decently straight. It is really helpful when you're doing this kind of thing to take a moment and kind of stand back and just see if, you know, if it gets a little wobbly, then you kind of have to widen it so it gets the widest parts included here. Otherwise you have to kind of add some green to kind of fix that area. So I feel like the top part of this line, I think, is pretty good. You know, as good as I think it needs to be. Now it's just the bottom line. So now I'm going to kind of go the other way and just solidify it. Or widen it, I guess, to match. I don't know. It's, I think, pretty good. I might just, it's not perfect, and I could spend another 10 minutes on this, but oh, interesting that she's got that line going straight through. I'm going to keep mine a little bit of a break here because I don't know how this door would open otherwise. So I'm going to leave that little gap there. I'm gonna take, I'm gonna flip this around. Let's get this area darkened the top there. Might need to go in and touch that up a bit. So I think really the last things that I want to do, I want to darken this with a little bit of a green glaze. Should I do that now? Maybe do a little bit darker in here, although I'm a little bit, I'm a little afraid because I've got these really nice dark contrasts, and obviously on her bonnet here. So let's see. Okay. Let's put that in there. So I've got this green. Let's get a bit of this darker glaze into the green. That's pretty dark. Lots of glazing fluid in here. I'm gonna wipe off the excess. Let's start up here. Let's try that again. My mop brush is getting pretty crunchy. So let's do down here. Just let that dry, even though it's a bit streaky. Why don't I ever listen to myself? My own advice, my goodness. Let that dry. Promise. So I'm going to retire this mop brush. Is just I've been painting with it and blending with it. It's no longer really useful. I'll let it dry and then use it again, but I'll use a different brush. Just to get some of this area here. darken just a bit. Let's do the same down here. Okay. Wow. So yeah, this is not the. I'm not the. Nah, you know what? Let's blow dry it, or should I just move? Yeah, I want to blow dry it because I've got all these colors still mixed. So I'm just gonna take a second to dry off some of these darker areas with the audio. So, just want to take one last little attempt at darkening up here. This brush is not really meant for this, so it's not doing the best. And really, I should have put more glazing fluid on there anyway. So... you just gotta let it dry, Michael. Let's do just that. just gonna move on from that area because I don't have the tools to really make a major improvement there, so sometimes you gotta know when to hold them. Know when to hold them. Let's take... and up here. Yeah, I can live with that. So I'm gonna go back in with some white in this green glazing fluid. Not sure why I'm painting this over wet glaze like a complete fool, asking for punishment. Put a gray circle here and then a highlight afterwards. You take some darker green, almost like the same green we've been using for the glaze, but just a little bit lighter. You know what, I think I'm just gonna have to mix a bit of this again. So this is my cool blue and cool yellow. Just trying to get away. I don't know why, sometimes I just get like, become determined to just use the paint rather than mix it again. Just laziness, really. Where sometimes half the time I'm making a painting, I'm spending that time fixing things. I feel closer and closer towards the end here, which is very exciting. So I'm just cleaning up the edge here. I'm about to do some work on the frame of the window here, and then the bonnet, and then I might just call it a day from there. So really, this is now, I need some brown. So let's take some, how should we do this? This is going to be a pretty dark brown, so maybe I can even just get away with this. That's kind of good. I like that. Warm red, warm blue, and the leftovers of the cool yellow. Just gonna go to this side. Let's zoom in. We've been kind of zoomed out for a while. One of the reasons why I left this until this particular moment is I knew that there was going to be a lot of blending and things overlapping in here because there were just two transitional areas. Or I didn't know that it was going to happen, but I knew that if I did this earlier, that I would be very nervous about doing it, because I'd be sort of I'd be like, I just painted that, now I got paint over top of it. So I just like, okay, I know I'm gonna, if I paint this now, it's just gonna cause me grief later, so I'll just save it towards the end. Often when I'm painting, I often think to myself, I often sort of work my way backwards and think like, okay, what are some of the last lines that I'm going to need to put on here, and those lines, then I won't have to, then don't put those lines in at the beginning, right? Does that make sense? Because then it's just, unless I'm afraid they'll get hidden, like some of the, remember you saw me put some lines in there earlier. That line is all crooked and driving me crazy. Again, this could have been done with tape too. There's no reason why you wouldn't or couldn't. I mean, I don't mind lines being a little bit wonky or and that kind of thing. And sometimes I think it actually makes things look better, but you sort of yeah, you kind of play it by ear. What is your tolerance level for wonkiness? I generally have a pretty high level tolerance level for wonkiness. But it just sort of depends where those lines are in the painting. Sometimes a little bit of looseness is really great in a painting, and sometimes, because sometimes it can look really too rigid without it. I would say Art Deco is definitely a medium, or a style that benefits from a little bit more precision. It's interesting that later on in her life she got into abstract painting, abstract expressionism. And as I said, I tried finding images of that. I found really nothing of those works. I'm not surprised, because it's definitely not what she's known for. But I also wouldn't surprise me if within the next decade or so, you see a reappraisal of the late work of Tamara Lempicka. That's another thing too, the de Lempicka. I'm not sure where that came from. That's the Lempicki was her first husband's last name. Where she added the de Lempicka, like Leonardo da Vinci. Traditionally, that is like to point out where someone's from, like a village or a town. Like Leonardo da Vinci was from, his family origin was from a small little town called Vinci. So why did she add that? I don't know. It's, again, goes into the mystery of this woman who was constantly reinventing herself, and I think liked to play with her own biography and myth. And okay, so actually I'm going to take some of this same white and I'm going to put it on this handle a little bit. And I might even brighten it up further as we go here, but we'll see. I'm racing to get the painting done. Okay, her bonnet on her hat here. What color should we do that? She's got this color that is... thank you guys for the compliments on the painting. I appreciate it. What should I do? I feel like I just want something like, even what color is it? It's obviously, I guess it's kind of a neutral gray. So what is this? It's got a bit of almost a tiny bit of magenta or purple or something in there. So why don't we, since we haven't used really any magenta, why don't we, well, let's go a little bit wild here. So let's get a bigger brush just to mix this. And I'll zoom back out again. Let's take some, which is this still all wet? I got lots of wet paint everywhere. Let's do this here. Okay. I could be wrong. And if so, does it really matter? Kind of like how just radically different this is than anything else in the painting. Let's get a bit darker here. Let's maybe take a bit more pink and gray. I just realized her bonnet doesn't come right over next to her eye like that. It's part of her shadow. Oops, but I could fix it, but that's adding an extra 20 minutes onto my thing there. And does it really? Yeah, I want it to curve. could do a bit of a shadow on her forehead, and that could clean that up. So let me think about that. Okay. Let's glaze for a second here with this same color. Okay. Maybe I will just see if I can get away with a little bit of a brown shadow on her, dark brown shadow on her forehead in order to... because I want this to curve. Put a bit of glazing fluid into that same color. Now I can soften it up. So now I'm just going to use this brown to give some of these hairs. Oh yeah, and this is hair over here too, I forgot. Taking my dark color and just delicately darkening these eyebrows a little bit. As well as that top eyelid and eyelashes. Okay, what else do I need to do? How much further, how close am I to walking away from this? And being happy walking away from it, right? That's okay. Now I see it, it's like, eh. Yeah. Okay. I think what I want to do, just to kind of wrap up, and I'm happy with that bonnet. I like that kind of a little bit of purpley quality. It separates it from a few other things here, and I like it kind of pulls my attention towards there. It's definitely different, obviously, than the original, but that's to be expected. Just cleaning up these paint. I think the last thing I want to do is take a dark color and maybe just do a little darkening of the shadows in there, and then we'll be done here. Okay, so I've got this dark color here. I got paint everywhere. So where is my driest part of the palette? I think it's somewhere right here. So let's just scoop up whatever we have. We don't want to use too much of this, so that's probably enough. And then we'll just really blend it in here with the glazing fluid. Okay. So now I can just sort of dip into this as needed to darken things, like let's say right here. So I'm actually going, well, should I do it the other way? So this is her arm. I'm just, the way that she did it is confusing me, so I'm respectfully going in a slightly different direction. Paint this gray and just darken that. Okay. Let's go back to this color here. Didn't work as expected, but that's okay. I think I actually needed a little bit more of my dark color in my glaze. It's just a little bit too light here. Now the original painting kind of crops right here. So this area behind her head was never visible in her painting. So, you know, you can do whatever you want in that area if you have that space there. darker. As it gets a little bit darker, it gives it that more volume, which I think it needs. I feel like I want something back there. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's gonna take this dark color and just gently go over this brown a bit. I don't know. I think I'm pretty close to being done here, because I could just keep on fiddling with all of these. I could also, maybe I should actually do a highlight. She's got a couple of big highlights there. Here, maybe I'll do that instead of just keep on going darker. It's 4:20 in the morning, Lolly. Go to bed, my goodness. Lolly says you've done an amazing job. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Same thing. Paula says your version is close to the original. Awesome. Thank you, guys. You know what? Maybe, okay, I'll just do let's do just a little bit of a white glaze on here, and then I gotta go. So let's take a bit of glazing fluid, just a little bit of white. Maybe just a bit more. That's weird. I might darken that down just a bit here. Okay, so I just want to, I'm going to just darken this. Could be even a little bit darker. I'll let it dry for a moment. Okay. I think that's good. So do just see one tiny little thing. You guys are so sweet. Okay. I'll let that sit for a second. Whew. That was longer than I was hoping, but it all worked out in the end, so great. Okay, thank you everyone for painting along with me, for sticking around for 4.5 hours of painting. If you enjoyed today's episode, maybe you just jumped right here to the very, very end, and you saw how it turned out. Now you're going to go back and paint it. That would be awesome. I'd love to see your version of today's episode. Please join the Facebook group. It's the first link in the description below. Share your painting, even if you're not super happy with it, because in a few weeks we're going to take a look at the artwork that you guys have made, and I'll give you some constructive feedback and maybe tell you how you can make it even better. As well, there's links to PayPal if you want to send a small or large donation to help support the show. The show runs on your generous support. You know, another thing, if you don't have money to support the channel, a great way to support your local YouTuber or your international YouTuber is, you know, when those ads come on, is rather than skipping the ads, is just let them run. You know, while it's running, you can check your Facebook or whatever, because that is one way that helps a YouTuber. It doesn't cost you anything but a couple of extra seconds of your time, and those ads are one of the ways that YouTubers like myself support the work we do, and it doesn't cost you a penny, right? So thank you everyone. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We'll see you in a couple of days, or no, I guess we'll see you on Monday. I think we're going to be painting Walt Disney's Bongo the Bear. Super obscure painting, but it's something that's very meaningful to me and my family. It's my mother's favorite book when she was growing up. A very obscure character, Bongo the Bear. So when I was talking to my mom, what was something really special to you as a child? That's what she said. So it's actually like the next Monday is something like the 80th anniversary of when that character was first introduced, so a little bit of a slightly different thing. Bongo the Bear, and then we're going back down to South America. We're going to look at Fernando Botero, the very famous artist, famous for making large versions of everything, right? So we'll talk about all that. It's going to be fun next week. I can't wait for that. We'll see you guys in a few days. Enjoy your weekend until then. And we'll see you very, very soon. Yeah, I'm sure there's tons of other things I wanted to say, especially about this artist. Really glad I had a chance to make this painting. This painting's been in my mind for decades. So we'll see you guys soon. Have a good night, everybody.